course, we're muted. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Myst. Before we go any further, of course, I do want to say shoutouts and thank yous to a couple of people. Colin Peluso, Revedicate, Mini Bees, Hand Sanitizer, Frieza 2000, Tassal Malin, no idea if I'm pronouncing these correctly or not, Sasha Fenn, That Rift Person, Jesse's Mask, Bragwin, Chris Lane Venturi, 3D, Zezojo, Techno's World 3, C.W. Daniels, Eremos, Javan, Ivo Iliani, Jonathan Freeloader, Dark Day, Doomwriter, Diabepus, and of course the person who just put it on the books, which is Hariant. Thank you all of you very much, as always. This is a strange one to talk about. This is Myst. Obviously this is real Myst, because that's the version that I could get running and playable and streamable. But this is Myst. How many of y'all played Myst? Now, I've technically played Myst, but not in any way that matters. Myst is kind of a fascinating slice of history. I'm just going to barrage you with a couple of things here, little factoids really quick. First of all, Myst came out in 1993. A little bit of perspective here. And that's a couple years ago. It was being produced by a couple of people who had been making children's games up until that point in time. Now, point-and-click adventures have existed since then. And before then, excuse me. And learning games had existed before then. And puzzle games had existed before then. But Myst was kind of trying to do something different. Let me try to explain this a little bit, because the structure of it, I think, really helps to understand it. Let's say you're playing what was usually the type of point-and-click adventure game back in the day. Well, there were two brands of this. You've got your LucasArts style thing, and then you've got your kids style of thing. The kids style of thing is you'd be in, I'll use a specific example, an island. The island of Dr. Moreau or whatever. And you're roaming around the island, and you walk up to someone who's like, hey, in order to progress, you need to figure out how to do my puzzle. And you're like, okay, cool. But then what would happen is you'd be faced with effectively a math problem, or the kind of thing that you would literally see on a test. So when I say a puzzle, I don't really mean a puzzle so much as a problem. And I hope the distinction is clear here, because while you could argue that's a puzzle, I would argue very strongly against that, because in terms of intent and in terms of usage, what we're dealing with is not a puzzle at all. It's just a problem for the kid to solve as part of a learning exercise. And this was extremely common back in the day. Most of this stuff was very, very basic. But because such problems are things that have existed since forever, most of the game was just a vehicle to get the kid from problem to problem in a way that was trying to make learning fun. Some of which succeeded, most of which did not. Then you had your point-and-click adventure games, which was you look around and then you use an item on a thing, and then you talk to a person, and then you use an item on a thing. Effectively, primarily focused on the inventory. That's where the majority of the vehicle of the gameplay was. And no, Fallout 3 isn't funded yet. Neither is Fallout New Vegas, so there will be no further Fallouts, as usual. And as always, this is now the 5th time I've said this in 2 days. I have a website where you can see the upcoming games and what we're playing in what order. Although that's going to be thrown a little bit around because I'm trying to make it so that Paradise Killer is going to land on the 21st. So we'll see how I end up with that. Anyways, so both of those vehicles of games were things that the two dudes who worked at Science were familiar with making. Point-and-click adventures, and primarily kids' games. If you're paying any kind of attention here, that's not really game design. That's not how that works. I don't mean to sound harsh or unkind. Obviously, you can have game design in a kid's game, and I've seen this before, but the majority of this stuff was literally just try to make an interface to navigate from math problem to math problem, and that was it. That was the full structure of the game. Both of them wanted to do more. They wanted to actually try and branch out and do something a little bit more different, a little bit more extensive, a little bit more serious. They wanted to, in their own words, make a game designed for adults. So they sat down and they tried to put together some kind of idea for a game, pitched it to a couple of game companies, and all of them said, "That's stupid. You should go immediately back and just make more kids games. That's what you're good at." One company picked them up, and I don't remember which one right now because they then dropped them and then they were picked up by another company. But one company said, "Okay, fine, fine. Go ahead and throw together a bit of a demo. Let's see what you got." Now, I'm going to pause at this point so I can say thank you to Blue F. Alex. As always. Just so I don't forget. I will put that towards the sky block. Trails in the sky block. They ran into every problem making this game. Myst took 3 years to develop, which may not sound like a long period of time until you realize that that means they have been working on this game since 1990. Now, if that doesn't sound significant, ignoring the fact that game development used to be substantially quicker, fresh reminder, games like Final Fantasy VI used to be made in a year, but also the other problem there is technology was advancing so fast in the 80s and 90s that 3 years completely changed the landscape of literally the technology that they had available to use. This actually came into play because while they were making the game, new technology was being developed that helped them continue to develop the game, including a little program you may have heard of called Photoshop, which was invented during this era. The original Photoshop, which, if you remember, was actually Macintosh exclusive back in the day. And that leads me to the first thing. This game, one of the caveats for its production under its publishing under Broderbund, was it had to be a Mac game. Now, if you don't understand the significance of that, because you probably don't remember the Mac versus PC days, all I'm going to say is that Mac games didn't get games. Macs didn't have games, really. I'm just going to say that as bluntly as I can. If you were to like put it out visually, these were the Macintosh games and these were the PC games, the computer games. And that was about the variance in quantity. Not quality. Quality is its other thing, but definitely in terms of quantity. Yeah. So putting out this level of effort and 3 years of time and hundreds of thousands of dollars in the early 90s put into this game. And they kept running into errors and flaws and problems. For example, one of the biggest issues they ran into is the fact that they couldn't get it running without a CD-ROM. They had to run this game on a CD. In 1993, on a Mac. Again, if you weren't around, that may not mean as much to you, but I just want you to consider how many obstacles and how many hurdles this game had to jump over just to be playable. This is one of the reasons why it's so astonishing that it sold as well as it did. In the first month, this game sold 200,000 copies. Now, I've talked a lot about the significance of game sales over the course of my career because it keeps coming up. And it's always interesting to see where the money comes from and where it goes. That may not sound like a lot, but considering that this was a Mac exclusive and 1993 and required a CD-ROM drive, 200,000 sales is bonkers. That is absolutely insane. In fact, some of you may or may not be aware of this fact, but Myst held the record for best-selling computer game for 5 years, I want to say. It was quite a while. The first game that finally knocked it off the charts was The Sims, whenever that came out. So, now why is that? Why is it that despite all these massive hurdles and all these problems that Myst managed to do what it did? Now, obviously, this is all speculation, because who knows? But the historian in me looks at this and says, yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. After all, the game that usurped it was The Sims, which I honestly think says all it needs to. Most try to keep in mind cultural mindset at the time. Try to keep in mind perspectives. Try to keep in mind availability of not just technology, but the money in order to burn on something that was considered a hobby exclusively for children. Now, obviously, there were adult players. There have been adult video game players since the 70s. But that market at the time was perceived as very small, partially because it was, and also there was still the whole cultural push against that. At least here in the States. I have no idea in other countries. Don't know. So what we have here is a game that people could point to, and they could kind of parade it around. Now, I'm not trying to say that Myst was a bad game. Point in fact, I have no idea if Myst is a good game or not. We'll determine that today. But my point is that this was very clearly an artsy game. Way more than this. If you put this up in a museum, people would be like, oh, yes, I can see how it's blah, 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 blah. And they could just do that because the game naturally lends itself towards that style. So that's point one. This especially helped it with the Macintosh crowd. You know what? Normally I'd say no offense to the Mac crowd, but honestly, screw the Mac crowd. Back in the day, back in the early 90s, the Mac crowd were awful. They were a bunch of elitist pricks who loved the smell of their own farts. So, screw them. But a lot of those people were like, oh, yes, look at this wonderful game. And so they liked to tout it around. And there was a whole lot of just word of mouth, which spread this game all over the place. Yeah, an intellectual game. This also naturally led into the PC release because a lot of PC players wanted to pick it up, and more PC games had CD-ROMs than not. Although, personal story here, my computer that I had at the time, which was a 386-33, did not actually have a CD-ROM drive, so I couldn't play Myst. So I had to go over to my friend's house. He had the fancy thing. He had a 46-66, and he had a CD-ROM drive built in. So I could actually play Myst with him. We just sit there and fail at it. I don't think I got off the first island. Anyways, the point being, and yes, when I say the first island, I mean the island of Myst itself. You know, I remember my computer was a potato until, I can actually give you the exact year, 2004 was the first time I had a decent computer. Anyways, and now I have a nuclear submarine. But remember how badly AC used to run on that thing? I don't know if I ever showed you pictures. Textures literally not loading properly. Giant swaths of orange. Anyways, getting off topic. So the point here being that it was a app seller because lots of people wanted to buy computers and CD-ROMs in order to play this game. It was an intellectual game, so a lot of people were interested in it. And, well, let's just call this game what it really is. This is the first indie game. I know that sounds funny given historical context since they had the backing of a large-scale publisher and a huge budget, but no, this is what started the indie genre, or indie concept, if you will. And that's the final reason I think that the game actually succeeded. Because Myst was deliberately trying to be different. Nowadays, I would refer to this type of a game as a concept game. Something that just is like, you know what, I just want to do this idea. I just have this random idea and I want to do something with it. And that is Myst in a nutshell. There's a lot of games that have, of course, aped and tried to continue the concept of Myst. In fact, I played one of them a few years ago, and I can never think of the name of it. I suppose it doesn't matter. The Whisperer? No, that doesn't sound right. Point being, these kind of games took off, but it also showed a lot of people, especially given the financial success of the game, that this type of indie game tried to do something that wasn't Doom, or wasn't Mario Brothers, or wasn't a strategy game, which were the three pillars of video gaming at this point in time, could actually work. Whether this is good, bad, or in between is, of course, up to you. But I'm mentioning all of this huge preamble because one way or another, this game has tremendous historical significance. This is literally one of the pillars of gaming in general. Now, having said all that, I don't think it's going to score very well. But let's find out. Hopefully it'll run properly. Ah! There we go. The Witness, that was the one. So this is how the game starts. Animated backdrop of stars, big old black screen, and of course, wind sound effect. This is probably, I don't want to exaggerate, but I'd say this is, from what I have seen of this game, one of the best designed parts of the entire game. I didn't intentionally skip anything Roman Cure, so whatever was supposed to play didn't. There's no skipping here. So, we'll do the only thing we can do. Oh yeah, all cutscenes are skippable, by the way. Probably a good time to mention something. There was originally no music or sound effects in this game. They were actually quite far into development, like most of the game was completed and in a playable state. When they sat down and had players playtesting it, they had a brilliant idea, by the way. Check this out. I can't believe more game companies don't do this. Instead of having one person sit down in a vacuum and do playtesting, they would have two. And they would have the two people sit there and just kind of encourage them to talk and share thoughts as they were playing. And the developers would be listening to their conversation, not just the specific feedback they put on the form, but what they talked about, what they noticed, etc. You know, if one person says, hey, look at that thing over there, that's something they could jot down. That's actually kind of brilliant in its own way. And again, I can't believe more game developers don't do that. By the way, Valve does that too. So, I kind of wish Harriet was here, because I'm not sure which of these is better. Like, which one we should use. I do like options. Options are good. Classic Myst, I can show it off a bit. Free roam, so the big difference, the major change in real Myst, the version we are actually playing, is that instead of all of these being three-dimensional objects that are rendered out as a still, about 2,500 of them, instead what we have is three-dimensional objects which are rendered in a three-dimensional space, which you can actually navigate. Probably not, Melkor. Unless we can swap on the fly, in which case, yeah, sure. So let's start with Classic for now. Yep, okay. Just kind of grab a save. There we go. We can turn on our flashlight, very important. We should be good. Alright, cool. No, go back, go back. So, you can kind of see what I mean. It's clearly actually a three-dimensional space here. Yeah, multiple save slots. Again, that may not sound like a big deal. I don't know if the original had multiple save slots. But if it did, that was impressive for 1993. Now, I know, the NES predates that, but the NES was kind of tricking things in order to make that happen, so... You have to remember, and we actually talked about this with Fallout 1, PC gaming was always behind console gaming. Now, whether that's true still or not is a much bigger question, but historically speaking, PC game lagged way behind. And the reason why is because of the NES. The NES literally catapulted console gaming forward about a decade. So, one of the things, there's actually a lot of behind-the-scenes information about this game. One of the things that the brothers really wanted to do is they wanted to have minimalist interface, which, indie game. They wanted to have minimalist tutorialization and minimalist approach to storytelling. In fact, they were probably one of the early games, PC games, that really pushed the idea of visual storytelling, trying to tell the story entirely through the visuals. This is actually appropriate since the two brothers, they have said multiple times, weren't writers. They were environmental artists, because that's what they worked on. In fact, when they were designing Myst, what they did was they drew out a lot of ideas of what they wanted to do with zones, and then they kind of tacked on stories in order to fit with that after the fact. Just kind of looking around here. Don't mind me. Well, that's because the game we're technically reviewing right now came out about 8 years ago, I want to say. Something like that. But yeah, no, absolutely. As Rax just said, the NES is kind of the reason why gaming took off in more ways than one. Exactly, Narset. Well, we have a way to set a time, but no idea what time to set it to. Okay. So that's one interactable we have. I should probably mention that, as I said before, I'm not particularly familiar with this game, so this will get the unfamiliar tag. I have technically played it, as I mentioned earlier. I played it with a friend of mine, Vincent. But, yeah. The thing I was debating doing, and I'm not gonna do it, was just beating the game in about 4 minutes. Which you can do. It's not even hard to do. Yeah, by the way, what we're currently playing is literally a remake of a remake. The full... God, that's loud. The full name of the version we're playing right now is Real Myst Masterpiece Edition. Because there was a Myst Masterpiece Edition and there was a Real Myst, both of which were kind of combined into the version we're seeing here. That's why this game only came out 8 years ago. Real Myst goes back to 2000-something. Oh, you can sequence break all over the place because every puzzle in this game is manually crafted, which means if you know the answers, then you know the answers. That's why you can go... We just answered that, Roman here. That's why you could go to the final puzzle in the game and just punch in the answer and beat the game immediately. Fun fact, I was seeing a post by someone much more recently than I would like to admit, who was saying how... Does this game still have the bug from the original version? What do you mean? What bug? Well, you can go to the final puzzle and solve the game immediately. That's not a bug. That's by the nature of the game. Oh no, that sounds like a bug to me. Anytime you can beat a game right at the beginning of the game, that's clearly a bug. This devolved into an argument, of course. Okay. Yeah, again, there's that Outer Wilds thing. Again. I'm pretty sure that person's never played a video game before. Ping to you, Flag End. Yes, we're playing Fallout 7, as you can see. But for the curious, this is where we could beat the game right here if we wanted to. Just showing it off, because I don't have it memorized.
Monsieur?
Well, Real Myst adds a whole world, or whatever that means. Do I think game stories are more impactful than anime or movies? Why anime? But either way, do I think video game stories are more impactful than non-interactive media? My answer to you is absolutely yes. No question. Oh, that's all burned. Which books are... So one of the changes is they actually changed it so that this book, and this book are noticeably different. Because they didn't... In the original version, they're not. You just have to click every single book here to find the specific book, which sounds familiar, I'm sure. It's been a while since I've heard Only Silence, and I enjoy it greatly, I think. For some reason, I do not feel altogether welcome in this new world in which I have arrived, but how can I be unwelcome in an age with no inhabitants? It is, of course, only in my head. This world is very beautiful, but I think I've yet to write in a journal that an age I have linked to is horrid or disgusting. From the grassy hill where I'm standing, I can see green fields along with a few scattered forests. A rather large lake looms some distance from where I am standing, yet the water's blue can be seen plainly from here. The air is fresh, the sky is sparkling with white clouds. It's absolutely breathtaking, yet that strange feeling again. Perhaps it's the hot breeze that continues to blow from the north, hotter than I would have imagined. It almost singes my skin, and I feel quite uncomfortable when it comes. I'll try to ignore it. Night has almost arrived, and the sunset is spectacular. Oranges and reds have settled upon the western horizon. Although night has come, the horizon still glows red long past the sunset. Dark reds flow from the horizon and blend into the black sky. Again, the feeling, and I'm beginning to believe it's not all in my mind. I must sleep now. I will need my strength to explore tomorrow. I have yet to return home due to unpredictable natural occurrence more frightening than I've ever experienced. I was awakened by terrible shakings in the ground and explosions on all sides of me. Gigantic balls of fire falling from the sky, and I immediately left in fear of my life. I must remember to bring a Myst linking book with me when I return, in case the one I left there has been destroyed or damaged. I have returned to a different world than the one I left 3 months ago. It's been transformed into a barren desert land with only gigantic craters scattered across the land to provide variety. Strangely enough, the small grassy hill where I spent my first night remains exactly the way I found it. Apparently the falling meteors did not hit this area, leaving an oasis in the midst of this horrible desolation. The hot wind, I remember, has turned into a rather pleasant breeze, which is at least one improvement. I fear it is the only improvement. The magnificent lake I saw on my first visit is now completely dried up. However, another lake appears to be quite a bit larger. I assume one of the falling meteors created this lake due to its circular shape and the jutting rock that glows in the center of the lake. The rest of this world seems like desert, though. I will verify that statement with closer inspection. Though this world has little visual excitement to offer, it offers much to the ears. Sounds constantly flow through my ears, and I have found where a few of them originate. It seems, as Catherine says, I do find beauty in everything. Last night I was awakened by a horrible hissing. I was sweating. The heat was so intense I immediately dipped my head in a nearby stream to cool it down. The hot breezes had returned, along with a low roar from the ground. I walked a short distance to observe some red flames shooting up from the earth. Suddenly the ground began to crack and a huge chasm opened. The chasm continued to grow until it was far too wide to cross. Then the tumult subsided, leaving only a dull roar. I have decided, however, I can use the chasm to my advantage. Perhaps the heat from the chasm could be harnessed. Even as the chasm has ripped into the surface of this world and opened it up a new world for exploring, although uncomfortably hot, I found it possible to reach a cave in the chasm that had been created, and have now explored deep into the crust of this planet. I have found a vast underground cave system that will take many years to map and explore. I will also look for a safer way to reach the underground than through the chasm wall. This age seems to change on its own, so I feel I should leave again if things are different when I return. It is also important I check on Cirrus and Akinar and make sure everything is going along well. When I return, I also hope to bring back some tools I will need for my plans to explore the underground. The abundance of raw materials here is beginning to amaze me. I have returned to some of the complex tools I knew I would be needing. I assumed I would have to return with far more basic materials. However, it seems as though I'll be able to find everything I need here. Of course, iron is abundant, but I have also found titanium occurring naturally. I'm all the more excited to begin work. Everything is set, and I look forward to tomorrow. My new raw materials are all here. I think I'll be able to have most of my additions to this age complete within 1 year. I still love working with my hands, whether writing or building. I began today on the bridge, and decided 3 meters is not enough support for the beams. Amazingly strong. Has to be one of my most prized inventions. I'm extremely... Could never have imagined it could come together quite as... I doubt. Could possibly work with 14 instead of 8. Completely fatigued. I'm so... tomorrow. I'm leaving today in order to bring back Cirrus and Akinar. I have left them alone in Channelwood. I believe they will enjoy all there is to see here. This age seems to have stabilized. I believe the meteor set off a period of volcanic activity by piercing into the shallow crust. But the tremors have become few. I've just noticed that a large amount of this journal has curiously vanished from the very pages on which I wrote over the last 18 months. Fortunately, I copied many of my construction notes into another journal. I don't understand the many mysteries of this world, but I trust I will discover logical answers to my questions. I have a feeling that many of my questions can be answered in another age, to which I hope to travel soon. But for now, I must simply accept this world's mysteries and take pride in my accomplishments. Answer to a puzzle. Map. And end book. Oh! And thank you, Musepi. I do always appreciate those subs. Thank you. If you want to put it towards something, please let me know. I'm not reading the rest of those out loud. That's going to take forever. Moose pie? I can go with that. Like I said, we're not doing that, Malcolm. Not happening. So you can carry one page on you at a time. I have no idea, Melkor. I don't usually write. When I do, it's mostly shorthand. Let's give this 7 more minutes. See if I can figure out how to get to any of the ages within 7 minutes. I'm guessing I can't. I mean, of course I do, Blade Jamal. But having played this game for the first time with no idea what's going on, you've seen everything I've seen. That's a good question, DJ2. I, of course, have no idea. No, I hate puzzle games, actually. I'm not a puzzle gamer. Hate's probably too strong of a word, but I prefer Zelda puzzles to puzzle games. So we've got eyeball, snake, bug, leaf, cross, flamingo. Oh, the Talos Principle and probably a few hundred other games absolutely were inspired by Myst. Yeah, but that's because Portal isn't a puzzle game. It isn't. Arrow and anchor. I mean, to go back to it, Zelda puzzle stuff. So we talked about this back when we were going through the Talos Principle. There's 2 types of puzzle games, and we call them both puzzle games because English is terrible. But they're actually 2 very, very different styles and approaches in terms of game design. You know, we did this months ago. It's nothing new. It's already invented it. It's past tense. The problem is, you guys came up with another term for the physics puzzle style of gameplay, which I can't remember right now. Does anybody remember what you came up with for that? I've left you a message of utmost importance in the forechamber beside the dock. Into the number of marker switches on the island. Into the imager to retrieve your message. Yours, Atris. I accept being dumb, Blue Wolf Alex. What would you call the other type of puzzle game then? If you want to insist that Portal's a puzzle game, what do you call the other type of puzzle game? You know, like this, or Talos Principle, or that game I can't remember earlier that someone I was just talking about. No, point-and-click adventures are point-and-click adventure games. That's just environmental puzzles. See, I could buy that, actually. Because that's true for Portal and Zelda, which are both the same style of puzzle. As opposed to this, which is figure it out. I like that, though. Logic Puzzle. That's a good name. Nine something would be another example of a logic puzzle game. I'm going to try to use that from now on. I wouldn't worry about it. No, yeah, I like those terms. Environmental puzzle and logic puzzle. So the only thing I've interacted with that's actually done anything so far is the tower. No, this way. This way. Does not want me to go that way. Okay, cool. Nope, really doesn't want me to go that way. Alright, well, we're going to see if we can switch modes. Can we switch modes? Hey, we can. Boop. Okay, so here's the tower. Wow, we are slow. No, I can do whatever. See? I gotta go over the edge. Check it out. Whee! Oh, nope. And I can't jump. Oh, hang on. We can go over the edge here. Nope, still can't go over the edge. So we're a little bit on rails. As a random anecdotal thing, how many people in chat have heard of the game Seventh Guest? I will be vaguely impressed if people in chat have heard of Seventh Guest. The reason I bring it up is when this game came out, one of the biggest requirements was for it to surpass the Seventh Guest, because it was considered its biggest competitor. Now, if you're not familiar with it, Myst is a household name which has sold millions of copies. Seventh Guest is a game that few people have heard of and fewer people have actually played. I think we know who won that particular encounter. It's always funny to think of that, though. Is it any good? No, it's crap. But that's neither here nor there. Like, remember when everyone expected Pocahontas to stomp Lion King? Use another example of that. It's just always funny to me, people's predictions when it comes to releases, because it's so often wrong. Yeah, Seventh Guest was... I don't think it was the first CD-ROM game. I could be wrong about that. But it was definitely one of the first. Yeah, no, everyone expected Lion King to be a stupid flop. Didn't have a lot of resources, didn't have a lot of budget, and most of the talent at the animation studio at the time shuffled off to other projects because they figured it was a dead end. That's why I hesitated Red 2. I'm not sure if Seventh Guest was the first or not. Yeah, actually, you're absolutely right, Blow Felix. A lot of people thought Star Wars would be a flop. I think a grand total of 2 people didn't. Sir Alec Guinness and a guy whose name I don't remember, unfortunately. Oh yeah, Lucas had no idea it was going to be a success. In fact, he figured it was going to be the... So his attitude going into A New Hope was... Apparently Carrie Fisher thought it would succeed. That's actually not something I know about. Lucas himself walked into Star Wars with the intention of saying... It was Alan Horn. That's him. Alan Horn. Lucas walked in saying, this is my passion project. I'm making it for me, and then I'll go back to making movies that make money, so I could go back to making movies for me. And that was just his general approach to it. It's one of the reasons he compromised so many ways financially on the film, and threw so much of his own money into the film, which at the time was considered a huge faux pas with regards to filmmaking. He never thought it was going to succeed the way it was. There's a reason why when it came out, he was on holiday, because he was like, yep, I'm good. That's just walking away from that. It would be funny, Ventures, you have to admit. But thank you, Ventures. Oh yeah, it hurt his health a lot, because he really threw himself into it. Like, a lot. Holy schmoly. Okay. Oh no, A New Hope was definitely a passion project for Lucas. Yeah, exactly, Blow Up Alex. I remember an interview from, I forget whom, it was a guy who called him. And I was like, hey, holy crap, congrats! And Lucas is like, what? It's doing so well. Huh? What are you on about? I can't believe it, it's amazing, they're going around, they're wrapping around the blocks. Huh? I mean, honestly, Lucas probably was the one int Fallout guy in the immediate wake of A New Hope. Not as an insult, he was just tired and hurt and sick and kind of wanted to not think about things. Is this a horror game? That's an interesting question. Lucas was absolutely lying when he said he planned out everything. That is a verifiable, demonstrable fact. We have so much evidence. We have video evidence that Lucas was lying about that. No. Or at the very least was mistaken. I mean, I wouldn't call this the horror genre. Just like I wouldn't call Portal a horror game. Just like I wouldn't call, you know, Half-Life a horror game. Does this have horrifying elements? Yeah, do you like isolation? Because there's a bit of that in lore and in gameplay. I mean, the nature of how the books work, I consider horrifying, personally. Huh. Well, we've hit my self-imposed deadline for figuring out how to progress. I'll take a hint. One hint, please. One ping. What's funny is I actually have a goal in mind and I don't remember how to do it. Yeah, Kirby's another perfect example. Does Kirby have horrifying elements? Absolutely. But are the Kirby games horror? No. Wait, hang on. I've been told to go back to this channel. I was going to do the both first, but let's do it. There's a panel here. Let's find a panel. Panel. I should probably mention I didn't get a full night's sleep last night. In fact, I sincerely thought about not streaming today. But instead, this is going to be the you get to make fun of me hour because I'm very tired and bad at puzzle games. Thank you, Mr. Red. I can barely hear that now. Is that quiet enough? Yeah, there's only one sound channel, because of course there is. Thank you, Poindexter. I will jot that down towards whatever you just said, which is procession to cavalry. I mean, there's a reason I call the development of something that just had all of the signs and all of the hallmarks of a failure and then succeeded in spite of that, a Star Wars production. Because holy crap. Nope, nothing new here. Okay. Yeah, Jaws is another good example of that. Okay. Let's try 47. That got very popular, but the creator wasn't prepared for it to be popular? Most musicians. In fact, let's just go with Elvis. By every account, Elvis himself was extremely unprepared for the level of popularity he got. And it destroyed his life, which honestly sucks. I don't have much else to add to that. A hilarious joke Sure, sure, I could do that. That's yeah. Let's see here. Give me a second. Terrible dad jokes. What time did I go to the dentist last week? 2:30. Ah, okay. So now we got to count. So we've got 1 up there, 2, 3. Yeah, no kidding, Melkor Blade. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Might just be 8. I think we're at 8. So, okay, so 8. Unless there's a hidden one, but they would never do a hidden thing in a puzzle game. That would be ridiculous. I don't think I was supposed to be able to do that. A musician who was prepared to become famous? There is actually an example of that. Of course, I can't think of it. Yeah, exactly. There's certain musicians that are designed to succeed. Usually bands. And yeah, they walk into that knowing. Okay, so it wasn't 8. Means we're gonna try just 9 because I just missed 1 somewhere. So we're just gonna talk over this a little bit. Just curious what that does. Okay, back to 8. Hang on.
Catherine, my love, I have to leave quickly. Something terrible has happened. It's hard for me to believe. Most of my books have been destroyed. Catherine, it's one of our sons. I suspect Agon, but I shouldn't leap to conclusions. I'll find him and Cirrus as well. Oh, I should have known better than to have left my library unchecked for so long. Well, I've removed the remaining undamaged books from the library and placed them in their places of protection. You shouldn't have to use the books until I return, but if you've forgotten the access keys, remember the tower rotation. Oh, and don't worry, Catherine, everything will be fine. I'll see you shortly. Oh, and erase this message after you've viewed it, just to be safe.
So one of his sons is evil. Dun dun dun. I forget which one of the 2 brothers that is, but that's one of the 2 brothers. So, the big clue I just got, other than the fact that one of the sons is evil, so we have to suss out which son is evil and which son's good. That's the meta plot here, or meta puzzle. Excuse me, I don't know why I said plot. That's the main plot. It's the meta puzzle. But now we have a hint about the tower rotation. And yes, this is Cirrus. This one over here is Akinar. Alright, so... It started over here. I don't think this changed anything, but I think it's at least worth a check. Yep, okay. Back to library mode. Come on. You see the cursor, by the way? Just out of curiosity, because I know it showed up in Fallout 1 and 2. Even though it's technically not supposed to. Okay. Hmm. So we've got the buttons, the power plant buttons, the time, and the tower. And these are the things we can interact with right now. We have no clues as of this moment which to interact with where or how. Like, I could just kind of go through and try to guess every combination of time, but that would be a waste of everybody's... You get it. Ditto with the buttons. There's a lot of possible combinations for 8 input, especially when I don't know how long the password is, so to speak. So that would also similarly take forever. Same thing down below. 10 buttons. Much more complex. So none of that's feasible. So what we're going to do is we're going to see how the number changes when we go down here. The power buttons. So it said, let's see here. So it says power to ship. Then I don't know what the difference is between these two things. So let's try... Yeah, Puzzle Core was brought in for some overtime here. Hold up. Oh, I'm looking forward to reviewing a terrible SNES RPG. Again. Let's try that. Let's see if that works. Pretty much dead metal. What? Is that? Nope, it's still on. Okay, okay. Also, that makes sense incorporated. Oh, there's a lot of bad SNES RPGs, if we're just being honest. And then there's like the RPG adjacent games like Brain Lord, which I don't remember if that's the one I'm thinking of that's bad. There's actually another one. I don't think it's Brain Lord. Whatever. Point being, there's a few. Okay. Wow, the sun's actually setting. That's true. A lot of people like Fallout 2, Shalita. And then he was killed. Alright, so... Nothing there. So changing the power either has been done incorrectly or didn't do anything on it too. Oh god, I wonder how long night lasts. In a game where you have to point and click at things. Yeah, there you go. Robo-Trek. There's a game I could definitively say is not good. Seventh Saga is one of the worst RPGs I've ever played, so yeah, I'd put that down there too. Yeah, Mystic Quest is not a good game. It has its good elements, but it is barely net positive. Just barely. Okay, new thing to interact with. That's good. Okay. 3-digit combination and PSI counter. It's just absolutely nothing. And another combination thing, which it's only 3 digits this time, right? So that should be much easier. Except there's 10 possible entries for each digit. That's great. All right, so that's different. Well, we got one of them at 88. What, we seem to have permanently burnt out that one. Cool. Oh, whatever. Didn't need that fused anyway. Maybe. Hopefully. Is there like a make it daytime button? No, but there's a flashlight. Oh my god, it's on the mouse cursor. Look at it. No, 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 no. Ah. Go back up. There we go. Okay, both the fuses reset. There's the ship, which is connected to them via the thinger. I guess there's no music for Myst. That is to say, the island of Myst, which is what we're currently on. Okay, so That power specifically powers that ship. These buttons probably have something to do with this ship. And that probably has something to do with that. That probably has something to do with that tree. I'll take a hint. I got nothing. I am very lost. I don't know what to do next. I've got inclinations. Back to the tower rotation. Okay. Start up Fallout 3. I mean, you want to donate $23 million, I will totally start up Fallout 3 right now. That's different. Okay. There's only two things I've really interacted with since it was here. Oh my god, call it Ballista. That would be evil. So the two things I've interacted with are the buttons by the ship, the sailing ship, that is to say. We gotta clarify now. And the power, which we've been fiddling with. I suppose we also changed the whatcha-fig from 000 to 001. I also can't imagine the night thing is relevant, mostly because there was no day-night cycle in the original version of this game. So I imagine that's cosmetic, at least until we get to the new world. Alright. Ugh. Let's try something. Let's try trial and error a little bit. We'll do one change at a time. One change at a time. Nothing different. Okay. Hang on. Hang on. Neither thing did anything. But what do they subsidize, Gum Gum? And how? Yeah, it has to be the power. So, hang on. We already blew one fuse. Kind of on accident. Oh, we just blew a fuse again. Alright, let's go. Actually, before we fix the fuse, which is the rightmost fuse, that actually makes sense. Let's check the map. The map is different. The map has something new on it. Okay. Hang on. Let's reset the fuse. See what that does. Nothing. Okay. Well, hang on. We're still in trial and error mode here. Try the double 44, like I mentioned here. Yeah, I noticed it stayed updated, which is interesting. No change. Okay, hang on. I got one last idea, and then I'm going to ask for another hint. Let me try something else. Because the one thing we could say pretty definitively has led to the map being updated is blowing the fuse, of all things. So let's deliberately do that again. Just kind of crank this. Okay, up. There we go. Fuse blown. By the way, for anybody who does not know this game, feel free to toss out suggestions. So. That's strange. Didn't update either. Hang on. Just to be thorough about this. There we go. No change. Okay. Ah! God damn it. Navigation is a thing. Okay, so that's whatever. Alright. I will officially take one more hint. Roman cure, please. Because I have no idea what I'm doing. What do the marker switches do? Nothing! I've hit every marker switch here, and none of them have done anything. Check it out. Cool. God damn it. Alright, so, hang on. How did those get lit up? By virtue of me fiddling with the power. Whatever. Alright, so hang on. Can we swim? We cannot swim. We cannot get ye flask. Obviously, negative for gameplay. Didn't get enough sleep. Okay. So I believe that's all of them in on status, except for the one I can't reach, which is the one by the clock tower. Now watch, that's what I'm going to have to do. Alright, so. Hey! Stuff's on the map. Alright. Okay, so we have now successfully done something. Let me think about this. Because we can still go through here and get access to the elevator, but it doesn't do anything. So I'm thinking maybe if I have this pointed at something, that'll change where the elevator goes towards. So let's just try this facing the ship. Cannot seem to close the gate, by the way. Okay. Hello, time lost. But how? It's not like. Apparently I have to do that from a very specific angle. Oh, here's the tower. Sure. Not gonna remember any of those numbers. Back down we go. That's wild. Do you see how it's rendering wrong? Can you even tell? Here, does that make it clear how much it's rendering wrong through that hole? So I'm guessing that's not it, because that's just... Oh, hey, now we can... Well, no, it's gone. It's gone. Hang on. Let's switch modes. Let's see if this will help us out a little bit here. No, why are we... Yeah, nope, it's still borked. Whoops. Just click out the game there. Got it. Well, anyways. So we can point the tower at something. And not see through it. Just a little bit problematic. Okay, so we can point the tower towards something. We can get up to the top and not see through it. We're probably supposed to be able to see through it. So what do we need to see through a slit? Like, what does that change? It doesn't matter I'm able to see through it. It's confusing. But only a little bit. Okay, so that's a library instead of a key, so that's different. No, never mind, it's still a key. I'm wrong. That's gone. Okay. So what should I point it at? I'm just going to ask that flat out because this is going to take me a long time to trial and error the different things I can point at to see which exact area I haven't pointed at to get something to show up back there that I need to see. That's a lot of trial and error.
Live.
I think that said 59, yep. Okay, so we need 59 volts for the spaceship. Sure, let's do that. Hmm. This is talking about the nature of how you can write things into books. Thus, when you then enter that book, and that age is what they call them, the age has changed because of what you wrote into the book. As I mentioned earlier, the books are kind of terrifying to me. Hello, Hazardous. Yeah, they call it the art, capital T, capital A. Yeah, no, exactly, Drunk Garage. That's a good question, if a mail word. I'm not sure. But yeah, the thing is, the other realities that the books lead to, that's whatever. The fact that you can affect the other realities via the art, that's where things get terrifying. You have to come back to that one. So that's Channelwood. Yeah, that's what I thought. We'll come back to that one in a minute. There's the music one. I'm not going to remember. I should probably just take a screenshot of that, honestly, because I am not going to remember that. There we go. Modern tools. Do you know this game originally came packaged with a notepad just so people could take notes as they were playing through the game? Which one's this one? Interesting. And this should be... Yep. Okay. Well. Let's head over here. No. Yeah, Rhyme is the new world I've mentioned a few times. Damn it, that's 58. All right. Hey, there we go. Now I need to take another screenshot. Okay, that sucks. Whatever, new screenshot. Boop. Lost the other screenshot. No, don't. There we go. Jesus. Those ladders, I swear. Okay, 59. Go in here for no reason. Oops, wrong thing. Wrong one. That's right. We're gonna take this screenshot again. Because I think this is the world we're about to go into. This should be fun. Perfect. Oh, Jesus. Okay. I don't know music. Okay. Okay. So it's not what I think it is. Because, we had that picture of the keyboard. I'm like, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? But, oh, here we go. Okay, so hang on. So let's see here. If this requires me not being tone deaf, it's going to be very disappointed. Yeah, that's the order. But I can't do that. I don't have the ability to hear notes like that. So, I'm just going to look this one up straight. I get it. It's been solved. Next. Let's see here. No, don't. Wow, this looked different in the original. Okay, so that's not it. Um, okay, so there's apparently they've changed this puzzle in various versions of the game, which is interesting. Okay. Okay. So normally I'd quit the game right now. I'm just gonna say that. It is extraordinarily hard for me to do what I'm doing right now, so I'd appreciate no mockery, please and thank you. You can make fun of me later. Not right now. Okay. So apparently I'm still screwing it up somewhere. I'm giving that a negative. I just want you to know that. None of the puzzles have really bothered me thus far, except for that one. What the crap? I guess I could get rid of this. Thank God I took a screenshot of the music and actually thought to do that. Could you imagine? I'm sorry. I'm trying to picture. No, I caught you, Felix. Thank you. I want you to picture. You got a notepad, and it's uh, like, do you just sketch out the whole piano and the number? I guess that's the only way you do that. There's not really a lot of other ways to note take that. So, it just occurred to me, this is going to be a bit of a precedence game. I do believe this is our first game we've reviewed that has live action, because this is the one that was donated for, Roman Kier. Live action performance. And so we'll have an opportunity to actually, this will obviously come up later in games like Command & Conquer and the like, but this will be an opportunity. Oh no, I'm lying. Control had that, didn't it? I forgot about Control. Because there's our second game that has live action performance. Still, it'll be interesting to gauge performance instead of just voice acting and animation. Okay, so this is the volcano place. This is the place we read out loud about. Oh, gosh darn it, I forgot about Tex Murphy. God, I'm stupid. Well, never mind. No precedence set. We'll have to go ahead and look at our Tex Murphy review. Okay. So we've got a clock thing, we've got a water thing, we've got a crystal thing. Gotta have crystal things. Oh, no, don't put it... Ah! And now I'm stuck carrying the stupid page. As I mentioned before, your inventory size essentially consists of 1, so... Which is one of the weirdest aspects of this game. Yeah, you can carry 1 page. Why? Oh, no. So we've got wind, we've got crystals, we've got time, we've got water. And hang on, there's one more we haven't looked at yet. Heat? Yeah, it looks like heat. Okay. That'll give us 5 values, which will give us what we need to open this. Okay. Okay. Just checking something. Ugh. Okay. Oh my god. Alright, hang on. I'm sorry. Normally this wouldn't bother me as much, but, you know. There's actually a 6th in the middle, too. Or no, that's... Yeah, no, that is a different one. How do we get to that one? Via a ladder. No, wait, don't close. I wasn't done. I'm gonna navigate. Ah! Why do you do this? There's the crystal one. Right there. There's the crystal one. Geyser one. I don't remember which one the geyser one was. No, this is it. This is the geyser one. This is the geyser one. And then the clock one. I mean, both things kill them, so who cares at that point, Jackson? Here's the clock one. We got the heat one. There. Water. It's way over there. Okay. Sigma. Well, we're going to assume we did that right, whatever we just did. Nothing, apparently. Good question, though. This is definitely Morrowind's music, yes. Good ear. Better than my ear, that's for certain. As I am fond of saying, I don't actually have any Skyrim music on my computer, so... by definition, I can't play it. We could do the Doom test. I don't think it's going to work all that great. We can also do the Mechanicus test, which I also don't think is going to work particularly well. Which franchise has my favorite music? Probably Final Fantasy. Uematsu and Shimomura, along with a host of other talented composers. The end, you know? However, that being said, Mega Man is a serious contender for me personally. Oh yeah, absolutely, Gum Gum. Like, if I try to eat meat, a veggie lover will be like, "Oh my god!" and then explode into confetti on the spot. It's crazy what those Americans get up to. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts is also pretty high up there, too. That's a good question, Amelia Clark's eyebrows. I don't know. Hi, Larian. Okay, well, we're getting some codes, which are meaningless to me, since I have nowhere to input any codes. So, we did it! World solved forever. Okay. 202.6. Actually, you know, let's just write all these down. Hang on. So, could someone write these down for me, please, in chat? 133.1. 115.4. 052.0. 015.8. And 202.6. Alright. Thank you, Bragwin. I mean, I have no idea, Roman Cure. I'm just making it up as I go. I have no idea what I'm doing. Like, you think I'm bad at Dark Souls games? I beat Bloodborne, all bosses, and Elden Ring on all bosses, without cheating. No, you want to see me fail at a video game, you watch me play puzzle games. This is where I will present the suckitude. Yeah, you've already seen me play Talos Principle. You know how this goes. Okay, so hang on. I'm gonna kill the music for a sec, because I need to hear what I'm doing. Of course, I don't remember the order. I'm gonna have to go back, because I don't remember the order. Hang on. It's, of course, on the other side of the universe. Hang on, Lola Bloss. Hang on. No donations. No donations. Yeah. mean, propaganda is a weird thing. We have that within the states. Okay, so it's water, heat, time, crystal. And I'm just gonna take a screenshot. I need to do this before Braglin's message goes off the screen so I can tell what I'm doing. Okay. Thank you, Lolimlas. I do appreciate you. There's... Okay, hang on. Sure. We'll do exactly that. So, Lolimlas. So that's Arkham Asylum, City, Arkham Knight, will not view very well, and Arkham Origins. Okay, so hang on. So apparently that's not the order. So hang on. Let's go back in. So, wind, water, wind, heat, clock, wind. So it's crystals. Crystal, water, wind, heat. So hang on. Crystal, water, and then heat, and then clock, and then wind. There, okay. The numbers. This is going to be interesting because I have to do a little bit of reverse engineering of this on the fly, but I think we can make it happen. No, too far. There we go. Okay. So the lowest number is 15, which is crystal, which is 1. Okay. Next number is 52, which is time. That doesn't make sense. This next is supposed to be water. Hang on. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong direction. Give me a second. So third was heat. And then 4 is time. And then 5 was wind. There. It's clearly crystal. It's clearly water. That's wind. That's heat. That's time. I found a thing. It's a yellow submarine. Well, information whatsoever to gauge by, and I'm in total pitch blackness. Which is pretty appropriate. Oh, never mind. There we go. We can see something. Okay. Well, this is the submarine he was talking about. I remember him mentioning that. And now we need to figure out the path. I didn't write down anything about that. I don't even remember there being anything about that actually back in the book. I'm sure there is. Okay. Okay. Hang on. It's the island we're in? Here we go. Okay. This is the... What age is this? Spaceship Age? This looks like the Spaceship Age. Okay. Well, let's go forwards. Okay. Let's go west. Okay, so we can't go through the doors then, if I'm understanding that correctly. That is not how I presume it ended there. Be here in a minute. I have a walkthrough up, yes. I had this ready to go for emergencies so I could look up specific puzzles if I had to. So we're just gonna speed this up. I admittedly have no idea how you're supposed to do this legitimately, other than trial and error. Because it's a maze, right? So, go the routes you can. Fail at the routes you can't. But the sound plays in both directions. It played for east and northwest. So what am I missing? See? Oh, I get you. Never mind, that makes more sense. It's not playing for where I'm aiming, it's playing in general. Wow. I would have never figured that out. I am way too stupid to figure that out. So how do we feel about the Spaceship Ages puzzles? Puzzle? No, there's two. We have a red book, or red page, excuse me. So obviously, we're going to link the red page with the red book. Yeah, I'm trying really hard not to be harsh, but I kind of agree with you, Roman Cure. I love that idea. And that's a cool concept, but there really could be better ways to demonstrate that. Even without... Like, just off the top of my head, imagine you're just before the submarine, there's a 8-point compass, right? And a button on each point. And each button you hit plays the sound effect for that direction, right? And because it's the only thing to interact with other than the submarine, the player will be like, oh, I wonder what this is. Ding, 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 ding. And, you know, that way, Shazam, there's the audio concept right there. Did I not? Okay, I think I gave it the red book. Okay, so red book has the thing. I also have to admit that that's just kind of a weird one in general. But moving on. All right, so that was Spaceship. Ooh. We'll do mechanical next.
You've returned.
Damn it. I thought it was done.
You've returned. Thank you for bringing the red page. You must continue to help. My name is Sirius. I beg you to find the remaining red pages. You must release me from this book which has become. Bring. I need more red pages, please. Beg. Don't waste time. Look. Don't. Brother. My brother is guilty. And I wrongfully imprisoned. Bring the red page to me.
Yeah, he's so obviously evil, it's kind of funny. Okay, I think that qualifies as the end. Um, so let's see. What am I doing? Mechanical, which is this one. Yep. It's really hard for me to read this kind of cursive quickly, so forgive me for how slow I'm reading. Whoops. Well, that's messed up. 8 ships absolutely destroyed the place. Doesn't say what kind of ships they are. Or not 8 ships. I don't know why I said 8 ships. Ships destroyed the place. Black ships. 8 people survived. 9 years since the attack. 2 of the survivors died. So only 6 survivors remain from the horrific attack. I am excited about the adventure that awaits me to save these people. I've come up with an idea for a fortress. Yes, my sons have great intelligence and creativity. And evil. Definitely lots of evil. It's been 4 months. Construction's going well. The gray sky sucks. They wish the sky was blue. The old man I first talked to tells me the enemy is due in 4 months. I feel we'll be ready. Excuse me. It's been 6 months. We did it. I've come up with a holography. This device will enable the survivors to learn to use the fortress. Right. Black ships have come. They're definitely not the Ottomans. Their weapon... That's funny. Their weapons have been stopped. It appears they are turned away in defeat. I cannot help but smile as I watch the boats leave. Last night we had a small celebration of the old survivors dance their dances of old. Sun did not understand why the sky had not turned back to blue. Storms would never end until the enemy was destroyed. A blue sky is not worth the risk of death. A healthy adventure. I've begun work on a new book. I must also return to the people of the Tide. I believe the travels I found a substance will ease the pain of their bone ailments. I hope to return to the Mechanical Age one day to find the population growing and the fortress still strong. Well, we'll find out, won't we? So we can rotate the fortress. I caught that. Nope, other way. Other way. While this plays... Oh, it pauses when I Alt-tab. Whatever. Hello, Ryman. Game. Sorry about all that. I want to get my thoughts down before I lose them, especially when I'm this tired. No, it's yet another game that freezes when I alt tab. Alright, so... Okay. Let's see if we can figure out what that means. Yeah, it's weirdly common for games to just freeze when you alt tab. Well, we know where 1 clock is. I'm not sure what the 221 means, though. I guess we'll try something when we get there. I think I agree, Cholito. Oh my god. Okay. Doesn't seem to be doing anything, Robin Cure. Oh, right. We did something. Not actually sure what, but we did something. Yeah, of course, Sirius and Akinar both have rooms here, which are interesting. What I like most about Akinar's room is like, Sirius's room is obviously evil, right? This room doesn't seem all that evil until you notice the gold-plated fancy throne and the extensive portraits. Fancy, expensive, very expensive portraits. Wait, this is Sirius's room? That makes even less sense then. But whatever. This is Greed Guy, and the other one's Violence Guy. I don't remember which is which, and I don't care. It doesn't even matter. But the point is, we're just going to start calling this Greed Guy. Make things a lot simpler. It's a lot of gears just lying around. Well, let's mess with this, shall we? What? Okay, hold up. Nah, he was fine, Tracksuit. Okay, so we're looking for a combination. All right, that's a little more understandable. Oof. Yeah, this is the fourth Myst game. Not counting ports to other systems like the 3DS version or whatever. That's an interesting question, Amelia Clark's eyebrows, because on the one hand, it was obviously harder because they didn't have the tools or the resources or the market, and they were completely at the whim of the publishers, who were the only ones who had the tools and resources and marketing and money in order to be able to get the games out there. On the other hand, pretty much anybody could go and actually try to make it happen, and a lot of people did, and a hilarious amount of them failed. Why not, Chemic? There's still game design there. There's still game there. Okay. No, PC games kind of bypass that, mostly by virtue of not really being a thing in any substantial way, shape, or form yet. As we were talking about at the beginning of the stream today, PC games have always lagged behind console games pretty much entirely due to circumstance and history. So... Okay. Oh man, that would suck, says there. At least for me. The SNES was $200 when it launched, which was a lot of freaking money. At least where I was at. Everybody charged different prices because there wasn't really standardization when it came to pricing. So that didn't do anything. But how do I... It depends on what bundle you got, Amelia Clark's Eyebrows. Good morning, Ross. Okay. Give me 1 second to test this, and then I'll ask for a hand, because I'm just... Oof. At least there's music for this one. And some actual visual storytelling going on. Like the Spaceship Age. Yeah, a quote I used to share, which isn't really a big thing anymore, because most people understand this nowadays. Is some people are like, games are so expensive. I was like, yeah, I remember when games were always expensive. And sometimes they get tripped up on that because of how I deliberately, misleadingly phrase it. But yeah, no, video gaming has kind of always been an expensive hobby. Alright, I'll take the hint. Or the walkthrough. Dun, dun, dun. I'm joking. I'll look at something else. I didn't realize there was going to be an action element in this game. I mean, one of my favorite examples of that is my copy of Earthbound, which cost me $90 when it came out. Okay, that's why the timer's there. So now... Okay, so we figured out how to access the controls. It's actually a good point. I did! About Undertale being localized into Japanese. Wild. See you around, Roman Cure. Thanks for the help. Even more hideous torture. must hideously torture people with poison and death. Death. Yeah, seriously, this is... If you ever needed a sign that, you know, violent guy is evil, well, there you go. What we need is the hidden room in Greed Guy's place. Oh, it's a fantastic book. I've just sat down and read through it several times. Yeah, imagine just keeping someone trapped in an electric cage. And just, you know, turning on the electricity every now and again. Like a dick. It looks a lot like a picture of Napoleon. I'm not sure exactly, though. Nah, hang on. I'll do the simulation in a moment, because... There it is. Yep. Nope, this is Greed Guy. Lots of wine and literal chests of gold. And there's a red thing. Oh, we got a red page, so sure. Why not? Okay, so now, let's see if we can solve this sucker. With the infinite power of sucking. Interesting puzzle. Another audio puzzle, by the way. I really liked their audio puzzles in this one. Ha! That's the first half of the thing. Combination, I'll just save that over there. We did Spaceship Age, and we spent like an hour and a half stuck on Myst Island because I'm a moron. This really does have kind of that Resident Evil vibe, doesn't it? Alright, to open the door, you need to walk into a room, go to the top floor, hit the middle button, walk out quickly, wait for it to go down, blindly navigate these buttons until you hear the right audio cue, hit the button, go back through, go down the elevator. Not really, Zactap, no. I think that's us. Oh, excuse me. Okay, and here's the other half of the puzzle. Just kind of do... it's not going to do it, is it? Mm-hmm. We'll do this the easy way, then. Hang on. We gotta do this the hard way. I don't know why I called that the easy way. No. Okay, fine, whatever. We'll do this the extremely hard way. Just hard moding it up at this point. There. Dumb thing. No, don't. Okay. We want south to get out of here, I think. So now we gotta go through this whole song and dance again. Oh my goodness. Yeah, sure, that sounds right. That sounds like a cowbell, right? It's gonna be wrong, of course, but, you know. Actually, you know what I could do? I could just kind of... It is not safe to save at this location. How about here? No, don't load. Save. Yes. Okay. Sorry. Why would it not be safe to save in a game like this? For any reason, really. Okay, so good news. That was the wrong way. That means that was north. You see, Trihexia, back in the 1980s, it was really common to cut your nose off. As part of a plastic surgery thing. It was the style at the time. I wouldn't recommend it personally, though. There we go. Surely that's a cowbell. Alright, so we want...
returned. Additional page. Free from my prison on this forgotten island of Myst. I see that you are. I am called Sirius. I need all the red pages. I know. Must search and bring 2 more of the red pages. I am released. I promise. Don't touch the blue pages. That is where my for my wicked brother, Acheron. He is a man of distorted mind and senses. He disgusts me. Do not release Acheron. Thirst for destruction is not never ending. Bring the red page. Beg you, please release me from this prison. Promise you will be greatly rewarded.
Do you like being rewarded?
Must help me. To help me.
Listen, you gotta love that CD-ROM technology, especially when it's effectively brand new. I mean, that's an interesting question. Someone did me here to look up when the CD-ROM was invented. Not CDs, because that predates it a little bit. The thing that people could get in their homes. Oh, hey, look, it's the dates. Dates and times. Great. Well, okay. Let's see if we can figure out what to do about that. $1982? I'm not sure I believe that. Huh. Yeah, well, I'm just gonna pretend I never heard that. There we go. So CD-ROMs were invented in 2021. Whoops. I mean, yeah, most FMV games kind of sucked. I suppose I shouldn't say past tense. Most FMV games kind of suck. Present tense. Okay, so that's not gonna go right. Okay, so I need some place where I can input dates and times, which I can't think of anything that applies to that. All right, think about this. Go around the damn thing. Oh my god. There we go. Okay, so dates and times has to do with these things somehow. Oh, well, no, that's constellations. So we know these correspond with constellations. Hang on a sec. Let's pop in here. Stoneship. Yeah, there's the constellations, but like... Am I expected to look up constellations in real life at a specific time to figure out which ones to hit? Okay, hang on. I gotta see this. Yeah. I'm not sure where the planetarium is, but, moving on. That's a good question. Huh. Oh, there you go. That's kind of neat. No, game, turn around. Come on, game, work with me. Work with me. Yes, Triaxia. There's more than one remaster. In fact, there's really, Zetzer, I did not know that, no. Let's see. So we got Myst, then we've got Real Myst, then we've got Myst Masterpiece, then we've got Real Myst Masterpiece, and then we've got the remake. So there are 5 versions of this game. This is, of course, the specific one we're reviewing, which is Real Myst Masterpiece. Yeah, this is the second most recent version. Time for a nap. Imagine having to go through this every time you wanted to go to your bedroom. Hang on. Give me a minute. It's always kind of wild how far back games go in terms of technology and innovation. We were talking about that during Fallout, too. Thank you, Zachariah Jebediah. Always appreciate. I'll put that towards dealer's choice. Give me a minute. It always amuses me the idea of certain developers who make one very successful game and effectively just live off it for the rest of their life. I mean, the guy who made Stardew Valley is set for life. Toby Fox is set for life. They can do whatever the hell they want to now. And it's actually funny because, as I mentioned earlier, I do firmly believe that this is the beginning of indie games. This is the prototype indie game. And pretty sure the brothers have been able to live off of this ever since. I mean, hell, they did a behind-the-scenes documentary of this just 8 years ago, 2016, something like that. Yeah, Ribbon, I think, is on the list, but it's going to take longer to fund because of how much longer it is. Like, this is a game we're going to beat today. I've actually played the Myst MMO. I wouldn't recommend it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna pull up the walkthrough. What do we got here? Dang it. I already did that. Okay. Hey, there we go. I don't understand how that worked, but that's okay. I'm just going to assume that means fill, because at this point I'm just guessing. Yep, there we go. Where's the, chest? No, game. No, game. Game! I wonder what other games were coming out in '93. I like to think of the kind of competition games have when I cover these older ones. I have no idea, Traxy. No, we used it a bit earlier, and then we swapped to try out that, and we'll probably swap back in a minute. Star Fox. That would be an interesting review. Although, honestly, this place has been giving me enough trouble, I think I will go ahead and... First of all. And then second of all, switch back. Or be incapable of doing so. No, it's totally valid, Zetzler. Secret of Mana. Doom came out in 93. Okay, yeah, that's game right there. Doom, Secret of Mana, and Star Fox. That's 3 games I would have been playing other than this. I'm just scared to walk through. All right, what am I doing here? Okay. Well, these graphics are a little bit more recent. Mega Man X. Oh, Jesus. Okay. It's not the right one. Yeah, Mortal Kombat 2 sounds right. That would have been arcades, but still. Hey, here we go. Okay, so... Yeah, no, the problem is, even the guide doesn't tell me what to actually aim the telescope at. It just says, figure out the thing to look at with the telescope and jot down the direction. But I don't know what I'm looking for on the telescope. I've been on the telescope twice now. And the only thing of note I've seen is the lighthouse itself, right over there at 135. I don't know what I'm missing here. That maybe? I don't know. How do I... Oh, hang on. Oh, Okay, it is the lighthouse. Okay. This is kind of neat, actually. There's a built-in hint system, which, this is the important part, is gradient. So, you should take some notes about it. Hang on, let me go back through that, in case you missed that. So, what's going on with the telescope? Well, my advice is to treat it like any other object in Myst. Take notes in your journal about what kind of interesting things it does. Okay, that doesn't help. The telescope is a device that helps you determine which button to push on a big compass rose diagram, and you'll find it downstairs. Maybe you should come back after you found the diagram. Doesn't help. Note the degree angles. 0 degrees is north, and degrees through you pass through east of different items seem to push through the telescope. These clues are important for the proper button to push, and then it just tells you the degree. So you have to click through several hints in order to figure out what it is, which it's just funny. This 135, which is what I've been seeing the whole time. And then it says where that is, and then it tells you that, and then it tells you that. It just goes through it. So that's actually kind of neat. Not just the fact that there's a built-in hint system, but the fact that it is gradient is kind of awesome. And it's in the game, which is all important for getting rid of that walkthrough-itis garbage. However, the fact that we're apparently supposed to look at the lighthouse makes no sense to me, which is why I just used the hint system. Like, I guess by default, it's the only thing to look at? I don't know. Oh, that's fair. I never actually looked at the lighthouse when it was charged. Speaking of which, we gotta go charge it again. Now, I'm probably gonna end up giving this game 2 negatives for this, ironically. This is a really short game, right? But you know what the problem with this game is? It has a lot of padding in it. You've already noticed this. How many puzzles have there been when I have to rush, over, go, up, down, through, go, interact, go, rush, through, over, down, over, up, go, interact? And it's just like what I'm doing right now. I'm just holding down the mouse button to charge up the batteries to have another go of it. Then go down, and watch the animation play, and then go. Like, it's a weird thing to complain about, but because of how much of this game, I suppose, encourages this kind of trial and error gameplay, instructions unclear. Hit the wrong button. At least 5 puzzles so far I have solved mentally in completely the wrong way, which is fine, of course, but that meant each individual time I had to go back through the whole thing again. Now, so this is 90. 105 or 10, 25, that's alright. Hang on, let me just pull up a picture of a compass. Here we go. This is what I want. So it's going to be one of these two, and I'm not sure which. Yeah, let's try this one. Hey! There we go. I don't know what that does, but we did it. Please stop going up the stairs, thank you. Okay. Was not expecting. Yeah, I was gonna say, how does the randomization work with some of these? Oh well.
With each page I can see more clearly. Soon, free from this horrible prison, this book, you must visit the one remaining age which you have not. Confident that my brother Akana is demented. He is guilty. He took advantage of the freedom our father had given us. Akana began to I ask you again. Do not retrieve the blue pages. He will destroy both myself and you, just as he destroyed the other pages of Myst. Never will escape. You must simply bring the red page. Tell them the story that I, your wisdom, you will see that I am innocent and he is guilty.
This guy is so hilariously evil.
This forgotten island long ago. I will owe you my life, and you will be greatly rewarded.
I know, right? Like, just... I feel like the brothers were like, alright. And just turned it into a contest of who can out-evil the other, right? The actors, I mean. Not the characters. Yep, 724. Okay, cool. That would be funny. Are you evil? No! I think. Like, I don't feel evil. How dare you accuse me of being evil? I will rend your very soul in twain for suggesting it. Yes. Oh god, it totally does. Gives you a detriment to, like, diplomacy checks. Because you're not actually evil, but you sound evil. Right? So everyone's like, oh my god, what is that guy's issue? And it's like, no, you don't understand. There's nothing wrong with me. Whoops. I keeps doing that. Okay, 724. Well, now we have a match. bouncing around a bit, isn't it? God, game. Okay, okay, I'm officially sick of this mode. Please let me actually move. Hey, Bamber. Interesting. Okay. Yes, actually, that is what that was. There's a lot of, I don't want to say generic, but generic 90s sound effects packs that a huge amount of software used. Well, we're going down to hell. You've heard of Subnautica? Oh, never mind. I was gonna say Subgroundica. Or just Dwarf Fortress at that point. So, I mentioned that I didn't think we got past Myst Island when we were playing this as kids, but actually I lied. Because we actually came here first and got lost here. So, this is payback for... I guess I would have been 11-year-old me. 11 or 12, something like that. It's time to do this. Alright, I give up. I'm gonna look up a walkthrough. I'm joking. But that would be funny, wouldn't it? Like, well... I do anticipate having to use the walkthrough, because I suck. Okay, so it locked off the water. That's gonna be funny if true, Zetzler. There's actually another point-and-click adventure game we used to play, and I couldn't tell you what it is off the top of my head. I could picture it. But if I saw it, I could identify it. Don't know what it is. That one, however, was the first game. The reason I remember it so well is because that was the first time me and my friends ever encountered pixel hunting, which is a blight on humanity. Okay, so the water's coming from here? Yes, okay, so I was doing it the reverse. Alright, so hang on. So water's coming out of here. Not a big fan of the sound effects. Hey, Dr. Winter. Better than I was expecting. I mean, visual novel games. Let me think about that. It's obviously different genres, but let me actually process that for a minute while trying to solve a puzzle. Let's see here. But it didn't do anything. Nothing happened. See, I would say the main distinction from the core gameplay element is that visual novels tend to be primarily focused on dialogue interactions and NPC interactions, whereas point-and-click adventure games are primarily focused on interface interactions, usually inventory specifically. When you find the thing, you use the thing on the right spot, you progress, right? Obviously, there is some bleed over in both cases. Visual novels have inventory, and point-and-click adventure games have people. But you get my idea there. Visual novels are primarily focused on what I like to call choice gameplay, aka you choose something that changes how it goes. And yeah, that's actually a fair point. The text variance isn't necessarily a thing, but certainly can be. Still, both of them do serve the same general function in being gradients of puzzle gameplay. Kind of like what I'm doing right now. Okay. It's a bit too repetitive for me, Kamek, but I kind of feel you. It probably wouldn't be as bad as if I wasn't so terrible and wasn't still stuck here. Okay, so we raised that. Let's see what this does. Okay, that makes sense. I want to stress, by the way, whatever the golden number is for this game, I actually have tremendous respect for this game and its creators, so on the 0th chance that either of them ever watch this, no harm or no shade intended. This was a monument to gaming design at the time, and it needs to be mentioned. That's not my job. My job is not to mention, or excuse me, rate historical significance. My job is to rate the game. You know, I could see that, Kamek. Is the bridge still up? I guess we'll find out in a second. It reminds me of that one spot in Hollow Knight with the grubs or whatever they are. Dr. Winter, I don't know if you saw that. Really, really creepy, gross sounds down there in the sewers. Whoa. Hey. We didn't get a page. Damn it! Okay, hang on. Hold on. We accidentally solved the puzzle. I was actually wondering the same thing, too, Goldtech. Might not have even been possible, given they were dealing with literally just playing audio files from a CD-ROM. To explain that slightly, on something like an SNES or even an NES, you can actually gradiently interact with the music as it's playing. So you could have the same music file, but it could sound differently based on modifiers and mutators you could put on it dynamically, live. Hence things like Yoshi drums, right? But if you're just playing a sound file, you're just playing a sound file. The first time I ever encountered this personally was actually at the Mega Man X series, where Mega Man X4 just literally had an MP3 that played for some of the stages. So when you got to a certain point of the stage, it would just... The song would stop because the song was done, and then it would hit play again, which was extremely disorienting to me. That's also how games on the NES and SNES could loop infinitely, because they were designed that way. I hope you have room! Exclamation mark. And food! Exclamation mark. And adorable cats! Exclamation mark. I mean, Final Fantasy II does that. Oh, I agree, Goldtech. I've always found the makings of and the behind-the-scenes of a lot of things fascinating. Games, movies, shows, music. Oh, Excite Bike! Dun 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 dun. Yeah, the world record speedrun for this is like 4 minutes and 40 seconds or something like that. Because they don't need to do anything I'm doing. I believe there's an all pages category, but I don't know the speedrun time for that. If only someone in chat could look up what the all pages speedrun time is. Alas, it is simply impossible. You know, I actually am going to review Excite Bike at some point. Because I'm going to review every game I own, and I own Excite Bike. I have no idea how that's going to review. It's going to be like a 30-minute review. It's going to be the shortest game I've ever reviewed, because there's nothing there. And I know there's nothing there because I used to play that game to death, because it used to be one of the only NES games I owned. So, that's what I would replay. 10 minutes and 40 seconds. Thank you, Time Lost. Yeah, no, Excite Bike will absolutely get a positive for the map creator. That was honestly innovative for the time. No really style. The fact that you can make your own map design in an NES game, that's bonkers. Really, Chemic? Wow. Yeah, no, I might actually watch that speedrun tonight while I'm eating dinner. Because that sounds like a treat. I tend to like... I was talking about this yesterday. I tend to like speedruns more, personally, when I have context for what they're doing and why it's so impressive. You know, it's like, oh my god, how did you do that? Well... yeah, I didn't think so. Okay. Well, I think we could interact with this, but no. The store is beyond us. Oh, wow. No, I didn't, Bamber. That's impressive. Getting under an hour has been a goal on that for at least a couple years. Yeah, exactly, Kamek. It's funny, too. So someone yesterday was bringing up the difference between glitched speedruns and glitchless. And while I certainly have a great appreciation for glitchless, it really depends on the glitch for me. Because some glitches are just entertaining as hell. And then some glitches are get out of bounds and run to the end of the game. Although even those can be interesting. So, I don't know, it kind of varies for me. Like, I don't mind, to use a specific example, I kind of like glitched Fallout 3 speedruns, but I don't like glitched Metroid Prime speedruns. Because in a Metroid Prime glitched speedrun, what they do is they do this weird hopping trick, get out of bounds, and then it's very complicated, it's very difficult to do. But they have to essentially walk, like, okay, they have to, like, walk on the tops of the walls where there's collision when they're not rendered, so they have to memorize their route completely because they literally can't see where they're going. So the speedrun, while very technically impressive, involves just walking through a gray void without being able to see what you're doing for like 80% of it, and that's just boring to watch, to me personally. Yeah, exactly, Blade of All. Like, I can always appreciate hard to pull off glitches, but... Oh, hey, a thing. Okay, now we can go down that staircase. Yay! That's also why, for example, I tend to appreciate like, Ocarina of Time, right? Any percent Ocarina of Time's down to, what, 13 minutes? Now, that is very technically impressive, and I don't want to ever say otherwise. But I do kind of prefer watching Ocarina runs where... Oh, what's the category called? I can't... there's a name for it, but it means all medallions, essentially. You know, go get all the things. Go do all the things. This is weird. There we go. Oh, that's... Oh, God. Oh, that's a little dizzying. That's a little dizzying, not gonna lie. Ugh! Okay, so now we have a way down here. Now we should be able to do this. I'm gonna be dizzy again. Dizzying warning. Dizzy warning. Dizzy warning. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, we're here. One minute, 4 seconds. Ah! That amuses me tremendously. Okay, so... let's be different. Oh, that is red. Damn it! I was gonna get blue this time. Can I even get blue? Is that even available at this point? I wonder if there's an all pages category for Myst. Because wouldn't you have to do every area twice to do all pages? I have no idea. Daba Duwaba Chewbacca. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, that was... okay. Ah.
Lead us, Knuckle now.
I hope I pushed the right button. Very interesting device. I'm not erasing anything important, am I? He is preparing. Remember, take only one page.
Dun dun dun. Oh, I guess we're locked into the red page, so which is fine. Which is fine. Don't worry, I will only take one page because I'm only physically capable of doing one page. Also, the bad ending percent sounds a lot like my, my Die Hard bad ending percent. The NES. Which, as a fun aside, I happen to hold the world record for, along with everyone else who's ever done it, because it's always 100% repeatable. So I'm tied with a few thousand people, but you know, I think that counts. Interesting. Oh, whatever. Let's get the page. So we can free Mr. Evil. No, Die Hard is not a Christmas movie. It's like asking if Half-Life is a horror game. The answer is no. Just because it has elements of a thing does not make it a thing. FIFA is not an RPG, and I don't know, Doom 3 is not a romance game. There you go. I gotta remember where the hell I was when I actually exited this place. I already found the exit, and I can't remember where it was. I feel like it was down. Or maybe over here? Is this it? God, I don't remember. Oh, God, I just... Okay, hang on. Oh, we got a bit of a trip. Hang on. Let me go this way now. Here's a dumb question. Which ages haven't I done at this point? I need to go this way. Oh, God. There we go. See, now you're getting a Triaxia. You know what? Let's use a much more clear example. Gears of War is not a romance game. Whoa, that's a chop. You seen that? Interesting. Has that always been doing that? Hold on a second. Weird. Whatever. I'm just gonna live with that being a thing, I guess. I can do about it. Shrug. Dizzy warning, one more time. Dizzy warning. Woo! And one more dizzy warning. Dizzy warning. Doo-doo-doo. You make playing games so much suck. It's the worst thing ever you can do. Okay, we're done. This is really fun. This is literally taking me twice as long as it should just because I got to the exit first. Whoops. So normally I'd give something like a foreshadowing positive to a game like this, which makes it, which indicates where the characters are coming from and all that, but I don't know, the brothers are so hilariously, obviously evil. I'm not sure that qualifies here. What do y'all think? I mean, let's be honest, a lot of F&B stuff is so bad it's good. Cough, cough, Command & Conquer. Like, I will defend the Red Alert 2 cutscenes to my dying day, for example. Is it done, Yuri? I don't know where the exit was. I found the exit. Okay, let's see if I can find it again. Maybe it was over here? Oh. Does anyone remember where the exit was that we already found? That I don't remember where it was. Yeah, Space was Red Alert 3. Was it bottom floor? It's an elevator on the ground floor. Okay, well, let's go back to ground then. We have the infinite power of being lost. Not the most useful of superpowers, but you take what you can get. Now, if you could be able to make other people lost, that would actually be a very powerful superpower. Punchman, you have to understand, the villain is down on 33rd Avenue. You got it. And they just... Okay, so there's an elevator down here somewhere. It's probably that one over there. That would make sense. Yeah, ironically, I kind of prefer the cutscenes of Red Alert 2 over Red Alert 3 for two reasons. First of all, they have more of a horror factor. And second of all, I kind of appreciate the... How do I phrase this? There's a degree of actual sincerity there, right? They weren't really trying to make bad cutscenes. They were doing their bestest. I don't know, it just kind of makes it work a bit better for me, personally. In Red Alert 3, they weren't trying to be serious anymore. They were just throwing it at the wind. Which is still enjoyable, don't mistake me. It's just, it's a different thing. that's stepping over the line officially into parody. Yep, not this is it. Okay. We have rewound where we were about, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes ago, something like that. Okay. It's time to save the game, first of all. Yes. I must give you the thing.
Finally returned. I owe you a debt of gratitude, for you have nearly released me. My name is Sirius. I trust that from your explorations you've become convinced that my wicked brother Akhenar is guilty, and I am innocent. It is I who am wrongly imprisoned here. Imprisoned by my father. I don't know who you are, or how you came to this island, but I assume you must at least know something of the books. It was father who was a master of the books. He wrote hundreds of them, all describing and linking to the fantastic places and ages which he had discovered. The room in which you now stand was our father's library. It was here in this room, on this island named Myst, that he housed most of these books. But such a waste. By now, you have surely discovered that Akhenar has burnt and mutilated most of these books. Why? Our father was always watchful of our exploration. We grew up under his strict supervision. But when we came of age, he gave us unbridled access to the Myst books. He began to leave our adventures more and more unchecked. Unsupervised as we were, my brother began to become disturbed. He began to take more from the Myst Ages than he had given. Soon he gained a twisted pleasure from the conquest and destruction of the other ages. It was horrific. This thirst for destruction. But alas, even I discovered his insanity too late. He had completely destroyed all of the Myst Ages but 4. I wasted no time. In warning my father, I thought he would recognize Akhenar's guilt. But in a fit of rage, he imprisoned both my brother and myself within the pages of these books, designed to hold us until he could judge which of us was guilty. To discover the truth, our father embarked on one final journey. However, he has never returned. I can only assume that he perished along the way, leaving me, an innocent victim, entrapped forever. But now, you are here to release me. Listen carefully. You must find one more page and I will be forever free. There is a book on the shelves in this library which is mostly burned but has a few pages still intact. It is the last book on the middle shelf. Find it. This book is filled with a variety of patterns. Find pattern 158 and recreate it on the door of the fireplace. This will bring you to the last red page. Bring that page to me, and I will finally be released, and able to reward you, of course. Ignore the blue page. That page finishes my brother's book. It chills me to even think what would happen if you were to release him. There is another warning. Where the red and blue pages reside, also resides a green book. If you touch the green book, you also will be imprisoned forever. our father gave us this same warning long ago. I suggest you follow his advice. Go now. Soon we will meet face to face.
Yeah, no, I believe you. Alright, so, it always comes back to Mass Effect. Don't... Well, he said to do 158, and I trust him. He is truly a trustworthy person. Let's do 158, shall we? Grab a picture here really quick. Yeah, Mass Effect 3 was always aping... Whoops. Myst, which actually makes a lot of sense if you think about it. Okay. I guess I'll save here. Actually, we'll take the blue page. Because, I mean, this guy's so obviously evil, we have to go with the other guy, right? I mean, duh. Alright, so, where's the other guy here? I have your page.
You've returned. You wouldn't return. Ages to rescue me. I'm Akinar. My brother, I beg you. To be complete. Always blue pages. Listen to him. Not listen to my brother. An egotistical fool and a liar. Bring me the blue pages. Not the red ones. Don't bring the red ones. I implore you. I've been wrongfully imprisoned. You must I will have my retribution. Please bring me the blue pages. Pages, please.
Yeah, I don't know about you. He sounds extremely trustworthy to me. So clearly red guy is on the up and up. I mean, obviously, right? It just makes sense.
Yes, I'm free. Oh, thank you, my friend. My dear friend. You've done the right thing. You stupid fool. It looks like perhaps you're in the book now. And what have we here? A page. Oh no. I hope you enjoy your new home as much as I enjoyed it. I can't see you. You're getting less clear. I hope you're in the books. The library looks much the same as I left. Oh, I can Goodbye.
So, anyways. Oh, don't make me do this again. Ah, okay.
Who the devil are you? Don't come here to Dunny, not yet. Oh, I have many questions for you, my friend, as you no doubt have for me. Where should I begin? Perhaps my story is in order. My name is Atris. I feel you've met my sons, Cirrus and Achenar, in the red and blue books on Myst Island in my library.
I like how he keeps checking the script.
Contains my works, my writings. Oh, I wrote many books that linked me to fantastic places. It's an art I learned from my father many years ago. Oh, but the red and blue books, those were different. I wrote those books to entrap over greedy explorers who might stumble upon my island of Myst. But I had no idea my own sons would be entrapped. My sons, Cirrus and Achenar. We had many journeys together. I gave them free rein to the books. Perhaps it was not wise. I could see the greed growing in them. I had not told them about the red and blue books. Their imaginations went wild. They dreamed of riches and power. Of course, they did not know the books were traps. They begged me for access to those books, and I, of course, denied them. Oh, they devised a plan. An evil plan. I had no idea to what extent their greed had progressed.
He really likes the word greed, doesn't he?
Oh, my own dear Catherine. They used her to lure me here to Dunny. Of course, I could return to Myst, except they removed a single page from my Myst linking book. I cannot return without that page. You, my friend, can bring that page to me. Oh, I pray you believe my story above the lies that my sons have told you. If you could find it in yourself to return that page to me here in Dunny, I could go to Myst and bring justice to my sons for what they've done. I must return to my writing. I pray that you believe me. Please hurry. Bring the page. Bring the page with you.
But where do I get the final page, dude? This is playing for a while. Okay, okay. Yeah, by the way, the bad ending, which is the easiest and quickest thing to do in this game by far, is you rush in here, punch in the 158 code, and immediately dive into the book. At the end... Alright, hang on. Oh, y'all. Sure wish I could take the green book with me. That would be very convenient. I believe all the marker switches are up, actually. That's because they are. But I have hands! Hell, I even have a hand. Hi, Darth Chrono, by the way. Okay, so... One by the docks. You know what? Roman Cure's got me there. We only have the power to carry a single page. There's a lot of pages in that book.
Have you found the missing page? Come. Come on, then.
Oh, that looks weird. Oh, that's weird.
Ah, my friend. You've returned. And the page. Did you bring the page? Ah, give it to me. You've done the right thing. I have a difficult choice to make.
Yeah.
My sons have betrayed me. I know what I must do.
You can also tell that the camera's unsteady compared to the static background. Can I leave to... I guess I can. And thus, our hero...
It is done. Oh, I have many questions for you, my friend, but my writing cannot wait. I fear that my long delay may have already had a catastrophic impact on the world in which my wife Catherine is being held hostage.
White World of Ribbon, I think.
Oh, reward. I'm sorry, but all I have to offer you is the library on the island of Myst. The books that are contained there. Feel free to explore at your leisure. I hope your explorations are satisfying. You will no longer have my sons to deal with.
Yeah, I do kind of like that they visually show the difference between, like, the Myst book, which was this dinky little pamphlet, compared to this monstrosity.
Oh, and one more favor. I'm fighting a foe much greater than my sons could ever have imagined.
Dun dun dun.
At some point in the future, I may find it necessary to request your assistance. Till that point, you're free to enjoy the exploration from my library on Myst. And thank you again.
Okay. So I'm trapped here, or there, more accurately. No, Ribbon was made.
Oh, the book. You can use the Myst linking book to return to Myst.
No, I can't. Oh, there we go. Ahem. Thank you, Eclectic. As always, and as ever. So, let's head back. Now, we do actually have one last age to do, otherwise we'd be done with the game now. Although I do want to show off one quick thing. As you can see, there's just burnt scorch marks where the blue and the red books used to be. I'll let you decide from that what you wish. But hey, what's this? Huh. Looks like a save file. Which brother's the least evil? It's an interesting question. Well, they're both greed. They have a lot of greed. And their greed grew as their greed was greeding. Greedily. And the blue ending, we were greed. Greed. One moment. I need to think. Okay, so... Hang on. So we had... Yeah, I didn't even hear about Shadows Over Loathing until, I think, yesterday. So we had Mechanical Age, which was that damned fortress. Just, oh. We'll have to debate how we rate that one. The Stoneship Age. Because we have to actually review this game. I know that sounds strange. So, okay. Let's definitely give a visual storytelling positive to the Mechanical Age. Should probably put the in front of that. I feel like I'm gonna lump. We're gonna aggregate out here a little bit. Well, let's do it this way. I guess it's levels, isn't it? Yeah. So we have the mechanical. Then we have the Channelwood Age. Hmm. I know this sounds mean, but I'm not really all that impressed with the plot twist. Anybody have any thoughts on that? Or the plot itself, for that matter, which is really basic if you think about it. You're dropped here, you have no idea where you are or what you are or anything whatsoever. If you roam a bit, you'll be able to interact with two brothers. Both of them are clearly evil. As you progress through the ages, you get pages which lets them tell you more stuff, which of course is they're both evil. And then you find the father, and it turns out they're both evil. And he's working on the sequel. And that's kind of it for the plot. I mean, I know it's a 1993 genre-defining game, but as a consequence, it's fairly basic. I actually think the plot of Final Fantasy I is a little bit more complex than this, and that's not saying much. I actually don't know Trihexia. I'm not that familiar with the Myst series past this point. No, I'm not giving it a negative. Absolutely not. However, I am going to give a negative to the dialogue. The dialogue, all three of them suffer from this. The dialogue is way too repetitive. How many? There was actually a point at which I was watching one of the Red Brothers cutscenes, and I actually thought I was rewatching a cutscene on accident because he was just saying the same damn stuff again, over and over and over. And I'm just like, okay. Yeah, honestly, I feel like I'm satisfied with that score right now. Obviously, we do still have to do the last age. So, we'll do that. That's actually the score at the moment. So, Rhyme. Rhyme, I have named it, a desolate age with a beauty that is quite different than I had expected or imagined. The intricate feathers of ice that fall from the sky are awe-inspiring. I feel as though I could sit and watch them for hours, and though it is cold here, like I've never experienced before, I find myself enjoying the change of temperature, for it is unlike any place I've ever seen. Perhaps the oddest thing is the silence, although the wind blows on occasion. When it ceases, there is a suffocating silence that falls on this place, broken only by the distant cries of unseen creatures. I have visited 3 times, and I'm sure now this age will provide the environment I need. I believe the cold temperature is necessary for obtaining the correct resonance. Examining the structure of the books is ever more perplexing, but I am driven onward by the need to understand. The great tree of possibilities can never be fully grasped, but I must at least try to find one particular branch. On the subject of enlightenment, I would also like to find the cause of the mysterious light that shines in the darkness here. Though I never assumed I would be able to build especially fast here, the speed at which I'm progressing is somewhat disappointing. I do think I will bring Cirrus and Akinar as well as some of the machinery from Selenitic. Akinar chose to stay with Catherine, but Cirrus was rather excited to come. He spent the last few days here with me. Helping me with the beginning phases of the construction. He too seems to enjoy the ice and cold weather. He is intrigued with the crystal we have brought with us. He has been a big help, as have others, and I hope to be able to begin my experiments soon. Tonight, Cirrus and I found a wondrous spot to view the lights, although it seems they decided to hide from us. After sitting in the cold wind for over 2 hours, we saw nothing. It was rather disappointing. Sirius will return to Myst tomorrow. He's been a tremendous aid to me, and I'm thankful for his willingness to help. The hard part of the construction is over, though I have decided after tonight I would like to add some kind of observation post. I won't be finished soon as I hoped, though I'm fairly certain it'll be worth the delay in the long run. I've decided to take a break from the construction now that the tunnel is almost complete, and I have been able to set up a temporary space where the crystals will not be stimulated. I'm quite convinced that with the right diffraction resonance, certain properties of the ink can be stimulated. Catherine still finds it absurd and thinks I'm crazy to assume I'll be able to view ages with stones, but her unusual pessimism has not convinced me to stop trying. I came too close to success on Everdunes. I am fairly certain now that temperature does indeed have an effect on the crystals, but I have realized that temperature alone is not enough. The cold dampens some of the sympathetic harmonics, but a more active suppressor is necessary. I have acquired some geodes with pure protected crystalline interior. Thin slices of the geodes below each crystal provide a stabilizing effect, and even amplified the clean frequency slightly. After quite a bit of experimentation with hitting the wrong button and colors, I was able to capture a blurry image within a book. Though the ink would never work, there was clearly an age on the other side. I can hardly wait to return and tell Catherine. I feel like I should finish the shaft of my observation post while I have the machinery here, perhaps tomorrow morning. The lights were beautiful again last night. They had not shown themselves for so long I'd almost forgotten their beauty. I still must find the cause. I'm feeling rather overwhelmed with what remains to be done. The crystals have not been perfected. The shaft is not finished, nor is the observation post, or even the lab. I have not seen Catherine for some time, and I long to spend more time with Akinar and Cirrus. Beside all of that, there are far away in the back of my mind the thoughts of my people and our lost city. I dreamt of them again last night. I've only seen the city in its worst condition, and still its beauty overwhelmed me. Even now, I visualize how majestic it must have been before the destruction caused by Veavis and Agarus. It mazes and saddens me. I'm fairly certain that Dunny is not dead, as Father believed. I am convinced there must be some who managed to escape the destruction, and even now continue to survive in separate ages. Within me is an urging to take the chance to return to Dunny and find these survivors, and properly rebuild our city. However, I can do nothing until I am certain of the fate of my father. If my plan failed, if I missed a single book when attempting to trap him on Riven, then he has been free all along. If that is true, then all that stands between him and the ages I have now written is the link from Dunny to Myst. As much as I wish to return to Dunny without knowing the state of my father, I cannot risk re-establishing that link. I must observe my father without re-establishing that link. It has taken several years, and there have been many dead ends, but I have been partially successful. Now that I have managed to view another age using the crystals, it's only a matter of time until I view Riven. At least I hope. Catherine will have her ideas about all the things, and I miss her greatly. I'll return to Rhyme later. My mind, has cleared. 273540. Gonna just jot some of this down with our handy-dandy screenshot taking tool. And we're done. Okay. And I did give a plus for that end. By the way, hi, end. I thought I kind of already did this. I just don't know what I did. No, the journals are totally a plus. Storytelling mechanic, absolutely. So where am I going then? Because you're right, I did already do all that. I know where I'm going. Take medicine. And rehydrate. Very important. Stay hydrated, everybody. Oh, there it is. It's really obvious, too. $2735. Now it's time to face the most terrifying foe of all. Being a terrible father. Ah, come on, game. Here, let's see. Hey, here we go. This should be fun. I've never seen any of this. This is brand new to me. Nice place. Appropriately named. Guess I can get rid of this. That's good. No, I think it was because the writers wanted him to. Ah, that's such a pain. There we go. Sorry about that. Sorry, I'm starting to get a food headache, so. Here's an oddity. The textures here are noticeably worse quality, at lower resolution, than in the rest of the game. Like, look at that, right there. Hey, Golvag. He's treating you as well as he can. Still frozen. Alright. Oh, it's just taking a minute. Yeah, like I said, it's just unusual. There's a couple like that. Thank you, Ledson. Always appreciate. The score is accurate. The HUD is up to date, Golvag. It's an unusual game. I'll never play it again. Although I suppose that's not saying much. To the moon. But... So you want my total honest opinion? I'm not enjoying it all that much, but I find it historically fascinating. So as a game, but as a piece of history, I'm actually much more engaged from that angle. If that makes any sense. I also am going to watch that all pages speedrun during probably my dinner today. Okay, so we've got red, green, and blue, because it's all Mass Effect, as it always is. Honestly, yeah, Space Cadet. Now, I've never driven a Model T, but I have seen one, and gotten to inspect one. And yeah, it was kind of interesting. I don't know, I'm weird, you know? I'm the guy who I used to go out to just historical sites, usually battlefields, and just walk around and soak it in, because I enjoy that kind of thing. We are now all partially cybernetic. Damn it. Okay, hang on. Destroy ending. We're safe. That's hysterical, Bragwin. The piano puzzle is the only puzzle in the entire game I gave a negative for, Golvard. Make of that what you will. Chop mode engaged. Behold the chop. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing here. Okay. You can have the Model T in any color as long as it's black. There's not many other places to go. I'm gonna look this up, because I'm kind of curious. What do we got here? Is there a rhyme thing? There's a rhyme thing. Okay, I missed something. Got it. That's why we check. go. Alright. No more check. We've got... Before spending any more time with my experiments, I've decided I must finish construction. I have brought both Cirrus and Achenar this time. The shaft is almost finished, as is the observation post. Both boys prefer it inside, where it's warm, protected from the cold. Achenar sits in the observation post for hours, and Cirrus is consumed with the crystals and the glimpses of ages we're able to see. Neither of them shows any real desire to leave. I cannot remember the last time my son spent so much time with me in an age. After much more experimenting with the shapes of the crystals, we were able to get a nearly perfect view of an age inside the book. We're going to take a screenshot of that, for obvious reasons. Screenshot time. Cirrus wanted to link immediately, not understanding the link was only visual. Without the ink, the crystals do not bind into a particular age. Because of this, the crystals have an interesting side effect. It's possible to change the crystals and watch the age change, while in reality we're seeing a vast number of distinct, though similar ages, displaying the current age defined by the crystals. It appears as though we are changing the original age. Next to the lights, my son seems much more interested in the lights of the night sky right now. Their only interest in the crystals seems to be whether or not we can view Channelwood or Stoneship, two ages I have not seen in a long while. It is possible to view the ages, although the time it would take to find the correct combination would be prohibitive. I do not consider my task with the crystals complete, but I would rather keep Cirrus and Achenar excited and here, so we'll move on to the lights. I think it is better to keep Riven from them, and so it is just as well that we move on to something else. I'll view that place later. The lights are curious. Although I originally thought the effect to be an organic one, I now believe it is electromagnetic in origin. I think the effect could be triggered somehow. It's something we'll have to try, and if Cirrus and Achenar have their way, it will be soon. I've never seen either of them so interested in my experiments, and I do not want to dampen their enthusiasm. It seems they've forgotten about the crystals now. I'm not sure if either of my sons was expecting the amount of work it would take. This turned out to be a challenging working above the cold waters where the wind cuts through the clothing and skin like a sharp knife. Still, even amidst the dark cold, they are driven to complete the task. It's a side of them I have not seen before. Another hard day, but we have erected the first of the 3 towers. I am too tired to write tonight. It's been a week. The second and third towers are up. We need only to connect the power. I am exhausted, as are Cirrus and Achenar. However, they have no intention of quitting, and that drives me. The towers are finished, as is the power to each of them. Power will be conducted directly through the saline sea, alleviating the need for stringing wires, and enabling us to locate the towers a comfortable distance away. Most of the remaining work can be accomplished inside, for which I am grateful. I am tired of the cold. I look forward to the warm beaches of Myst Island. Perhaps we all deserve a break. We only spent a day with Catherine before returning. We were here only a minute before we again began to experiment with the towers and the electromagnetic discharges. We were able to create an arc for the first time between the 2 towers. Its reflection in the cold waters was magnificent. We are close now. Tomorrow, after adjusting this voltage, we will know just how close. The beauty is awe-inspiring. At our command, multicolored waves of light dance across the dark sky. Brilliant flashes of white lightning that make the display even more amazing precede them. The boys are convinced they will be able to bring their mother here, and though she usually refuses to use the books, I am becoming convinced she will come, or at least I hope. As for me, I must return to Myst or some other warm place. There's more to be accomplished here, but I long for the sun and will spend some time under its glow before returning. Catherine had to come after I told her of my intentions to use the crystals to view Riven. She is not consumed with the setup of the geodes and the crystals and encourages me daily as I try to uncover the combination that will allow me the view of that age. Cirrus and Achenar did not come this time. I must return to Everdunes. I believe a few of the crystals I left in Everdunes will help me here. Catherine has returned home for now, but she will meet me on Myst Island in 3 days. I think I'll be ready by then. Thank you, Sierra Mike. As always. I think Harvestel is already on the list, but I will add that to it. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. Just your comment. Okay, now back down. Or just down in general. Well, if you asked me a few years ago when I started looking into the series, Golvag, I'd say they were creating the worlds. However, having done a little bit more of a recent look into it, mostly behind the scenes, I would say it's more likely that they are simply linking existing worlds. And what we've got is a ridiculous multiverse going on. Yeah, you heard me. It's a ridiculous multiverse. It's one of those ones where everything is just barely different from each other. So there's like tiny shades and variants between them. Everything, all everywhere, all at once, you know, you get it. Okay, well apparently this is actually the answer, so we're going to put that down here. Okay. How to change their colors, but for now let's get the shapes correct. Alright, how do we change their colors? Yeah, exactly, Space Cadet. Now, I don't know for total certainty. I'm not exactly a Myst lore runner. Couldn't do a Myst lore run. That's my take on it. I'm probably extremely wrong. I would not have guessed that, admittedly. The second time click and hold was actually the solution, and I didn't guess it. No, damn it. What do you think, Golvag? Whoops, god dang it. Thank you, Rit. Always appreciate. You want to put that towards something? Please let me know. Is this it? Like, I got an achievement. Yeah, hence the terrifying part, Golvag. I'm gonna assume we did it. We beat the game, woo! Because yeah, that's Riven. And because of the nature of the game, it's just, you kind of just keep playing forever. I don't know, what do we think of Rhyme? I was actually leaning that way, Roman Cure. The puzzles are kind of aren't. It's mostly just a, here's a preview. Which, I mean, is fine. It's just, that's it, right? Whoops. Damn it. Hang on. I'm trying to set up a shot here for the thumbnail. Here we go. I am curious how this plays in VR. I, of course, will never know personally because I'd rather not throw up on camera. So I suppose this is a good time to tell you that you can't guess anymore. So let's chop off the guessing game really quick here. Let's figure out some figures. This was just... I knew this was going to be a short stream. I'm not complaining. But that's actually even shorter than I was anticipating. There will be no second stream today. I'm just going to go ahead and say that. So we'll be starting Secret of the Stars Monday. For now, let's figure out how this sucker ranks, shall we? It's hard for me to gauge the difficulty of the game because I'm tired. I'm still tired. I'm probably going to lay down a bit. It's just, ugh. Maybe lay down and watch the speedrun. I don't know. But okay. Oh yeah, no. As I said before, it makes a lot of sense for why people would get interested in it. So for me personally, this is the same... Okay, let me walk this back a second. I presume this is the same thing I went through when I first encountered something called SimCity. I know that sounds like such a dumb thing to say, especially by today's standards, but put yourself in the mindset of someone who's living in the late 80s and early 90s. And video games followed a very specific pattern. And most games, the overwhelming majority of games, were either terrible or a specific type of game. Platformers being one of the big ones, strategy games, and RPGs being the other two. This was kind of its own thing. It wasn't necessarily a unique thing. Like, it wasn't a completely brand new concept, but it mixed them in a new way, which is the exact same thing Super Mario Brothers did. You know, there were platformers and there were action games before Super Mario Brothers, but Super Mario Brothers mixed them to make what we nowadays refer to as a platformer. You want to make fun of me, Golf? Like, me and my friend, when we played this back when it came out on his computer, we got stuck in the woods, which is by far the easiest area to go through. I am embarrassed by that. Oh, wow. Okay. I sincerely doubt it, but in the interests of 100%ing, let's pull up the audit sheet. Right. Let's see if there's anything I missed, shall we? Pretty sure I put this under puzzle. And... because I did. I suppose that's why this version in particular was donated for, Roman Cure. As we've talked about several times, the specific version really does matter for how something's going to score. So, I suppose they wanted this exact version. I think that was Hariant who put this on the list. Actually, whoever the first name is in this list is the person who put it on the list. Whatever, wraps around. Okay. Animation doesn't really exist. Atmosphere doesn't really exist. Babylon 5 effect, no. Background lore, no. Banter, no. No, 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 no. Lots of no's here. Most of these aren't really a thing. A true FMV game, that is to say, so let's walk this back. I've played several games with FMVs, but I've only played, like, I want to say 2 FMV games. Both of them kind of sucked. I kind of baked that under foreshadowing Roman Cure. That's why I kind of was like, on that. Did I already? I did. That should actually go here. Whoops, I'm stupid. There we go. External continuity doesn't apply. There's the foreshadowing. Honestly, the thing... So, okay, real talk. The part I was confused by the most in the entire game was Myst, the starting island. Go ahead, make fun. It's okay. But that's the part where I felt the most lost. There's a couple times where I did look up a walkthrough, but it was mostly to speed up. Like, okay, I get the idea. Now I want to know the actual solution. But I had no idea what I was doing on the starting isle, as Roman Cure can attest to. The game also doesn't really have an intro or an outro to speak of, which is just bizarre. Although we do need to judge that, now that I think about it. Yeah, no, I'm happy with that. +4 to story. Let's shuffle over to gameplay. Because we got a couple of interesting questions here. Oh, Joseph Kukin is just a delight. Probably Roman Cure. My main problem, so it's... I've run into this before. I call it the stop sign problem. Hear me out. Let me talk this out so you understand what I'm talking about. I don't think I'm just completely an idiot here. So let's say you're at a stop sign and you want to turn left, okay? Now, nothing is guaranteeing you turning left. You do not have the right of way. Traffic is going by regularly, in both directions. And so what tends to happen for me is I tend to sit there and get more frustrated than I otherwise would, because there is no guarantee of progress, if that makes any sense. Because I know mathematically that I could be sitting there for a very long time waiting to turn left. Logically, I will eventually turn left, but in the interim, I'm just waiting. And those kind of problems in gaming tend to bother me too. It's something I brought up during Bloodborne, actually. It was because in Bloodborne, the reason I waited so long to allow Bloodborne on the list was I wanted to make sure I could cheat in it. Now, if you're remembering, we actually beat Bloodborne without cheats. I'm very proud of that. All bosses, too. But the fact is, at the time, before I walked into the game, I was worried I'd be sitting at the stop sign waiting to turn left. And nobody just wants to watch a streamer sit there and smash their head against the wall over and over and over and over and over and never get anywhere, right? Does that make any sense? I'm probably not making any sense. You know what? I'm going to get rid of this negative. I don't think that negative is deserved. We didn't cheat on Orphan, we just didn't do Orphan solo. I don't like my time being wasted, Takoida. Never have. Yeah, no kidding, Roman Cure. I will agree with that. Granted, I do think Outer Wilds had issues, but that was definitely a game that probably shouldn't have been streamed. I've actually started thinking about vetoing games entirely because there are certain games I don't think make good streaming games. So, replayability. Yeah, the irony is most puzzle games are probably not going to get the replayability positive by virtue of being a puzzle game. A game like Portal might get it, but that's because, again, as we talked earlier, that's an environmental puzzle, not a logic puzzle. I mean, I've discussed that on camera too, Roman Cure. When I say waste of time, I mean it specifically. It's not the time that bothers me, it's the misuse of it there. Which, of course, boils down to the individual's perspective. I know people in real life who would call playing video games a waste of time, for example. I know people who would call cleaning a waste of time, to use another example. Yeah, so I think no on replayability, which leaves me with one last question. And I'm really debating this one. Because the game arguably doesn't really have an outro. It's not constructed that way. But it very definitively has an intro. What do we think of the intro gameplay-wise? You just pop in. You're here, I believe. No nothing. No indicators of anything. There's a door if you happen to look to the left. There's a switch you can hit if you happen to go this way. Like, it's no Super Mario World, but, I mean, what is? I would agree with you on that one, Goldberg. Just as a reminder, this is the intro. I don't actually know what you're talking about, and so, oh. Yeah, it does establish that books can teleport, and you can tell pretty much immediately what you're supposed to do with the books. That's everything? Nope, I'm wrong. We never saw one end. I never saw one, I suppose I should say. I guess we is also accurate. Everything I saw, you saw. Nope. What'd I screw up? It's a terrible picture. Should have just kept my own picture. There we go. So who wants to see the bad ending?
Who the devil are you?
Achievement unlocked.
Ah, my friend. Ah, you've returned. We meet face to face. And the page. Did you bring the page? You didn't bring the page. You didn't bring the page. What kind of fool are you?
Well, I did the red ending first.
Did you not take my warning seriously? Welcome to Dunny. You and I will live here forever.
The end. You fool! Well, we made it home. Yay! Victory! Let's do a few maths, shall we? Let's see how this rated. That would be terrible, Trihexia. There would be nothing good about that. Good news, this game is better than Fallout 1. You can tell that immediately before we even do all the calculations here. Yeah, so, drum roll, please. I do love ray tracing, Mini Bees. That's actually, I wake up in the morning and I think, ray tracing. And for some reason, my pillow's gone. I would agree with that, Tohaboth. Final score for Real Myst is 13.75. Which is not super high, I'm not going to lie to you. But it is net positive, and it doesn't have a lot of negatives, really. Honestly, I would say that for the most part, the reason for the relatively low score is the relative absence of game, rather than, you know, the lack of quality of the game, which makes sense. The further back we go, the smaller the scores are going to be because the less is there. I referenced earlier today Excitebike because someone brought it up. This is the kind of score you'd see from something like Excitebike. There's just not that much meat on the bones. So, let's see who guessed correctly. 13.75. I don't know, Golvig. You think I know these things? Yeah, I think it is Trihexia as well. So that's Singularity. Singularity. I've never heard of that. Yeah, we're done. We're done for the day. Singularity. Actually, I do know what this game is. When did this come out? That should be okay. So, sure, we'll add that to the list. Why not? That's a good question, Chemic. I don't know. I'm not familiar enough with them to even gauge it. Monday, we'll be covering another old RPG. In fact, when did that come out? Let's see here. 1993. So, Monday we'll be covering another 1993 game. A little bit longer. It's an RPG. It'll probably involve a lot of grinding. And otherwise, I do hope to see you there for when we get to it.